Call the meeting to order. I think there's going to be some items from the public. I'm going to go ahead and address that a little bit real quick from what I've been told. Later today on our agenda, we will have a COVID discussion that is to ask the council their direction and where they want to go. However, I think a lot of conversations going on about the school board and what they're doing. As far as I know of, they are an elected board, just like we are. And I've talked to some of the senators from our local area and what their intentions was on the bill. And that was to make sure that elected officials are the ones that have the right to make those decisions and not an appointed board. With that said, I'll open the floor to open comment. And when you come to the podium, state your name for the record. Anybody? Okay. All right.
I think he's...
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Come up to the podium, please.
Mr. Copenhagen, Michael Palmer.
Thank you, Michael.
I would ask that the items for discussion about COVID be basically redirected to another point in the agenda so that we can hear the council's stance on what you all are thinking and your thoughts.
Oh,
And that way we have a chance to discuss and rebut or provide evidence of our stance to the council.
It's not a public hearing. It's a discussion for us to have. Okay. Now there is an area in the back of the agenda for public comment that you can make a public comment at that time.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Anyone else?
Morning, gentlemen, ladies.
Morning.
Morning. Yeah, it's not a problem. Of course, you know, I'm Mike Folk. Last time I was here was, I don't know, a couple of years ago. I don't come often. I only want to, and I've reviewed a little bit of the recent state law that was passed, Senate Bill 12, regarding health departments. And I know Councilman President Copenhagen mentioned that it's the Board of Education's responsibility to take a vote. They haven't taken a vote. Unlike every county that has taken a position in this state, whether for or against masks, the Berkeley County School Board has not taken a vote. This is, unless I'm missing something, the only thing I've seen is a letter posted on social media and elsewhere from Dr. McLaughlin saying that this is the policy in Berkeley County and actually Morgan County because it's a dual health department. That county health board, unless I'm mistaken and missed something, has not taken a vote. That's the appointing board. We have one person that made the decision, or at least came out with a letter for the decision. I don't even know if it's a rule or an order, because all it says is accordingly, the health department will require universal mask use in all schools whenever 7-day rolling average is such and such a number. Senate Bill 12 was written to address this, but usually it was from a health board making a vote and a rule. I had a conversation with an attorney that I used to work with in the legislature, so I know a few, as you are I'm sure well aware. And he's like, well, that's pretty much a rule. It's a de facto rule. So if it is a de facto rule, that county health board, the Bull County Health Board has decided to do this, then you have, and obviously it was effective almost immediately. You have 30 days to take action on it as a Berkeley County county, up or down. Now, the only thing I request for you to do is make the school board do their job. In other words, every other county school board is where the decision has been made throughout the state. And I can name you at least probably half a dozen counties. Cabell County, 3-2 against it. Kanawha County approved it, but it was kind of a hybrid. One age group, they didn't have to wear the mask. The other age group, they did have to wear the mask. Putnam County, I believe, just ruled against doing the mask mandate. I think it was Lincoln or Logan against it, 4-1. And I could go on and on and on. But the point is, the county Board of Education should be making this decision. And the only way we as citizens in the county can make them make a decision, whether it's for or against, is if you, as a body, hold our county, bi-county, health department accountable. In other words, don't let them do this. And Senate Bill 12 in law, I believe, gives you authority to force the county school board to make the decision. And I hope you will do that because you don't have it say whether you're going to take action or not under your agenda item, I understand. But I really think if you want to hold both elected officials, and I'm not trying to tell you to pass the buck, but statewide, county by county, the decision has been made by the Board of Education. And I think they're hiding behind a health board or a health official. And I think that's wrong. And whether you agree with the mask mandate or not, as individual members, I think that's irrelevant. Because
I think
you get my gist.
I think you'll find out. That's why we're having a discussion today. I think
We're-
you're going to find out.
Maybe you're already thinking the way I'm thinking.
You're going to find out where we stand on the mask today. That's the whole reason of the discussion.
I've had, and, I'm not in office anymore. I only have kids in public schools. I took them out because of Common Core math. But I feel for the teachers. I feel a lot for the bus drivers. And I feel the most for the students. Because these students are going on 90-plus degree days on buses that have no AC. And I have to wear a mask at work when I go through an airport. You probably all know that. I'm an airline pilot. But I don't ever wear a mask for more than 15 minutes. I get in the cockpit. When the door's shut, my mask comes off. I fly the plane, in the case of the last 2 weeks, to Germany. And 90% of the flight, I don't have a mask on. But these kids are having to wear them for an hour, depending on how long the bus drive is. Half an hour every day, twice a day, riding that bus. And I think it's just criminal that these kids are having to do that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
I actually have something I'd like to give you guys. It's a
Sure.
petition that we signed against mask and vax mandates.
Uh-huh.
What I'd like to specify in that, because we're not asking.
Your name for the record, please.
My name's Stephanie Wallace. I live here in Berkeley County. And my stance on the petition is that petition was signed by parents just in the past week. So we haven't been looking for petitions since April. I want to make you aware of that. We can get you more as time goes on. I stand here today because I want you guys to understand that the Board of Education has pushed it on you guys and said that the county council is responsible for voting to approve or deny because of the Senate bill that Mr. Folk had stated. So you guys are telling us that the Board of Ed is responsible for making this decision, which I agree. The Board of Ed absolutely should be making a vote, not the superintendent making a decision.
I can tell you that this body will not be afraid to take a vote.
And I respect that, and I appreciate that.
But we'll give direction on what we're going to do today, and we'll be checking into everything of what our legal rights are, because there is different opinions out there, and that's the problem with law. Law is written very gray.
And I respect that. And it also is in the law that I have a right to express myself as a parent. So I'm just going to give you a briefing. I'm not going to be here all day, I swear. Per the health department, Mr. McLaughlin has used old data. If you go back and you look, his old data is from March and sometimes February when the vaccine very first came out. He's also admitted on public radio, on WRNR, that there are no concrete data that masks do not cause physical and psychological damage or effects to our children. However, he is recommending a mandate on masks in schools per the CDC. Now I'm going to tell you how this is going to roll down. He is trying to put it on the CDC. The CDC writes a recommendation. That way when kids get sick, the CDC says, oh, we didn't require that. We recommended that. The health department says, well, we're not elected officials. That was something that we got off the CDC. We're tired of people passing the buck, and these children are literally getting sick. I'm telling you, they're getting sick. 100 degrees outside, it's 139 on that bus. We have no ACs on our buses in Berkeley County. Jefferson County does. I know we can't put ACs on buses and buy buses like tomorrow, but these children are sitting 3-4 to a seat, and let me tell you something, some of them are standing in buses, standing, because there's no seats for them. that is a health problem. That is completely actually child neglect to ride with a school child standing on a bus. Now we have the mask mandates on the bus. So my child can sit on a bus for an hour both ways, that's 2 hours a day, shoulder to shoulder, crammed like sardines with a mask on their face, but they're not allowed to take it off when they're sitting at a desk and they're at least 3 feet apart. That is child abuse. You guys are mentally and physically abusing our children if you don't make the Board of Education make this decision and vote on this one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? We got 2 of you coming at the same time.
Hi, my name is Samantha Hawkins. I'm a resident here in Berkeley County. My son goes to Hedgesville Elementary School.
Good morning, sir.
Took him 2 days. We tried to comply. Okay. My son came home crying because he feels so different. Every time he tries to take it down, he's yelled at, told to put it back on. His chest hurts. He can't breathe. So what do? I call his doctor's office to get a medical exemption because he has chronic bronchitis. He has issues. I was denied. I was told that they will not, no doctor in their office will give anyone a medical exemption even if they require it. They are making it impossible, and my child is now more concerned with the mask than he is with learning, and that is where we have failed them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name's Chaz Erman. I'm just letting you guys know what they're calling us about. I have a voicemail from a kid's teacher, what they're doing to these kids, and what they're saying to these kids. I just wanted to play this for you.
Put up to the mic.
I received your phone call message, and I also just about 5 minutes before that received an email from transportation sent to all the administrators. What you were told is correct. They will be segregated on the bus. It says that they will then be sent to an administrator to walk them into the building, and that they will be segregated walking into the building, so they're not going to use masks. And that guide said we were literally just given today. If you'd like to discuss this with me, or I will say that I spoke with Dr. Smith, the principal, that we both read over the information that we will have to follow this policy as well, just to make you aware here at Orchard View. You can give me a call back at 304-263-4143. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Segregation was banned in 1954, and now they're telling these kids that you got to be segregated from other students. That's mental abuse. For that reason, I pulled my kid out. I'm homeschooling. I think it's very sad what these schools and what the government and what everybody else is doing to these kids. They're going to get mental problems. I mean, I'm going to have my son go through that. I mean, I think it's against the law for somebody to do that. I mean, tell you segregate kids. That's like back in the bus road, back in the day. That's exactly what it means. And there's reports on Facebook I've seen where they moved kids' desks back to the class because they had a medical exemption. So I just want you all to take a look into this stuff because it's ridiculous as being taxpayers.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Good morning.
Morning, Doug. How are you?
Well,
My name's Amber Stokes. I've worked in Berkeley County Schools for 27 years. I've been in a classroom for 22 of those years, 5 years on a school bus. I work with special needs children. It's between 104 and 134 degrees on the buses. And we are required to wear masks and keep our special needs children masked. It is not fair. I have walked in Martinsburg High School. I worked in-school suspension at Martinsburg High School for 11 years. You walk in those hallways 10 years ago, 2 years ago, and the children walking through the hallways, you can't hear yourself think because it's so loud. These children are walking through these hallways and aren't talking to each other. They aren't talking to anyone. They are like a shell of themselves. The mask mandate is doing nothing but taking our children and giving them emotional and mental health issues. The suicide rate amongst kids has went up tremendously over the last 2 years since these mask mandates and all of this pandemic stuff started. I beg you to please do the right thing by these children in this school system. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Colleen Stotts. I'm a new resident of Berkeley County. I spent 21 years in Jefferson County. I'm a widowed mom of 4 kids. I have a lot to stand if I get COVID, end up in the hospital and die. But that has not stopped me from doing everything as normally as possible over the past year and a half, myself and my children. I just want to say, if they're going to make a mask mandate, then why aren't they making it a proper masking of an N95? It's time to stop pretending that cloth coverings are stopping any kind of transmission. It is time that these kids get back to school. I have taken my 2 out of school, one from Spring Mills, another from St. Joe's, because unfortunately, they are being as obedient to everything as the public schools are. I've taken them out, and I want this to stop for the health of the kids.
Thank you. Anyone else? Whichever one wants to go first.
Hi, I'm Joan Altman.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Joan is my first name, Altman.
Okay.
I have 3 kids in Berkeley County schools. They're an epic disaster, and this is only contributing more towards that disaster that they are right now. I have 2 in high school and 1 in middle school. There are teachers that have taken this level of responsibility to become mask Nazis with these kids. My child was also told by the principal on camera that she would be segregated if she went to school, and she had a mask on her face and didn't comply with the mask mandates that were going on in this. The CDC, which the health department is following, is not a government agency. They're a privately owned organization for a profit. They have 26 patents for vaccinations because they want you sick. They want you to require what they have to pander. We're following false information. Here, just for, I don't even know how the CDC got a .gov website, but here's a chart from their website. It says all sexes, 0 to 17 years old, all deaths involving COVID-19 for 2021 and 2020, 385. We are masking an entire population of this society that is trying to grow and learn for 308. Do you know that it only takes 58 positive tests in this county for us to go red?
Yeah.
There's 125,000 people, and it's growing every day. And 58 tests are what's going to judge what thousands of our kids are doing in this county. They can't breathe. They come off the bus soaked every day. Faces are beet red. They cannot even stand it. And it's the same in school. They're 1,000 degrees. They have no water fountains because God forbid. They have no lockers because, again, oh, God forbid. So we're carrying all of our shit around with us all day long. We have no water, and we have a 10 o'clock lunch. Now we're going until we get off the bus at 3 o'clock before I can get something to drink with my child. All of this for 385 kids per the CDC. And that's including pneumonia and influenza in that number. 0 to 17. Stop masking them. Stop this mandate, because all it's going to do is mentally screw up an entire generation of people that are going to have to fight even harder than we are to keep this country where it's at. Be responsible. Hold the school board to the fire, because that man, that superintendent sitting over there, is worthless. The entire school board is worthless. Make a decision that's right for this county and for these kids, and don't, kneel to the pressure of whatever it is that's trying to force your hand with this decision. Look inside yourselves, because that's where the answer is found.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good
morning. I'm Diana Wall. I'm coming at this at a little different angle. I'm a homeschool mom. I have 5 children from the age of 34 down to 13. My first 3 went through the public schools, and we were okay with it. We had some issues. Middle school was horrible, but that is normal. But when my last 2 came along, we ended up pooling to homeschool. I didn't think I could do it, but I tell you, it's the best thing that our family has done. Because I'm known in the community through our ministry, I have so many families. Even this morning, I was almost late getting here because I have moms writing me saying, what can we do? Just this morning, a 6-year-old, A student, honor roll, throwing up, so upset, not wanting to go to school. And this is a child that usually got upset, that wanted to go to school through the summer. This is horrible. And my heart goes out to these kids. And I commend that you all had prayer in the pledge. What in the world, when did that happen in our schools? None of that is now allowed. And I know that's a whole nother dog to chew off. But if we put God back into our schools, the rest of this would fall into place. I think we're fighting the wrong battle, personally. I have a lot of friends that are in the school system, a lot of lovely teachers. I had one on our board that recently quit, that loved and even worked through the summer, loved teaching the kids. She couldn't handle this. You all are losing really, really good teachers. They're just quitting teaching. I don't know what the real answer is, because I know that y'all are in a dilemma with, mask, unmask. But they always talk about the science. The science is there. The science is there. They are just changing the definition of what science really is. The CDC, the FDA, they've all been caught changing numbers. How in the world can you even, if you guys changed all your numbers, how much trust would anyone have in you? People don't trust it anymore. And that is a big issue. And that's something that we as a body in the United States needs to change. I have a bus driver, as they said, 119 on his bus, children sitting in the aisles. And none of this makes sense. And then the other thing is, one of the reasons we had to pull was my son was 4.5. He was active. He was laughing, talking. He loved to hug. My husband's a contractor. He went on the job sites. My husband was in the hospital fighting for his life. He had ruptured his bowel and didn't know it. I took my son to get a well checkup. Next thing I know, the nurse comes in. I'm reading to him to keep him occupied. And they shoved this thing up his nose. And I went, what was that? And she said, oh, that's the flu mist. I said, I didn't sign for that. We weren't here for that. And she looks down, and I think they got us mixed up with the room next door. While in that room, my son started grabbing his head and was screaming. Next thing I know, he's banging his head. The doctor blew it off and said he was throwing a temper tantrum. On the way home, he started having seizures. He went completely limp in his car seat. I thought he had died as I'm running down 81. My teenage daughter was in the front screaming, Mom, he died, he died. By the time we got home, he was nonverbal. By the next morning, he was back in diapers. We can't do a vaccine. There's no way my son can do a vaccine, but yet there's no exceptions in West Virginia. So what do? Do we move? We have lived here all our lives. Our family is here, but there's no exceptions for my son. As the other parent said, and it's all over reports on Facebook, WVU, Valley Health, giving no exceptions. So if this vaccine becomes mandated in West Virginia, what do I do? And there's more of us out there, like my son. So all I can do is pray. Pray that everybody makes the right decisions. And I know you all have a lot on your plate, and I understand that, so I know that you will be lifted in prayer as well. Our churches for homeschools, they closed their doors. All these homeschool parents had nowhere to go. We had one church, thankfully, the co-op that I'm a part of, that kept their doors open. If we mandate that that happens again, now it's even going to be more children left out in the dark and nowhere to go for statistics that don't add up. The science isn't there, guys, and we all know it. There's so much more behind this, and we are pleading as a community that you listen and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right.
I'd like to say something.
Sure.
We make a lot of decisions. This board does, the school board does, all of us do. And one thing's for certain, if you make a lot of decisions, you're going to make some wrong decisions. But the thing that helps guide us to be able to make the right decisions is people like you all giving us information. Information is what we need all the time to be able to make good decisions. So I thank you for coming and telling us if somebody has to leave before we get into the agenda item that we were talking about with the COVID. But I thank all of you for coming and giving us information. I also thank you for standing up for your children. Thank you.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, in this whole situation, there is no right or wrong. It doesn't matter who you are, what you do. You're going to be wrong from some, and you're going to be right from others. But I can tell you that this council, I've been up here for 10.5 years. This council is not. When we're given a task to make a decision, we'll make a decision. We don't hide from nothing, and we'll live by our decision. So that the whole reason of putting this on the agenda was, I'm the president and I asked to have it put on. Not asked. I said that we need to put it on. I didn't ask myself, but so we'll have a discussion, and it'd be a bit. I'm sure it would be a good discussion, and maybe not all of us will agree with each other, but you'll know where we stand, and that will come very shortly. So, all right, need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, if there's no modifications or changes, I move we approve the agenda for Thursday, August the 26th.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? We got a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. There is no internal budget revisions. We have some change in status. We have a new hire recommendation received from the Honorable Larry Hess, assessor for Jesse Ambush, as a part-time clerk with an hourly rate of $13 effective August the 26th, 2021.
Mr. President, you skipped over the purchase order.
I did. Any questions on the purchase order?
Yes, sir. I spoke with Tracy earlier. There's a bill there for engine 90 for hose test, pump test. I spoke with Randy. That bill needs to go through fire group.
Okay. All right. You got that right? All right. Anything else? All right. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Thanks for keeping me in check.
That's what I do.
All right. The new hire recommendation received from Honorable Sheriff Nathan Harmon for Brittany Connor as deputy with an annual salary of $49,232 effective September 1st, 2021. Change in status received from the Honorable Sheriff Nathan Harmon for the following employees: Deborah McLaughlin, a lateral transfer from the Sheriff's Department to Tax Office. Her salary will go from $28,945 to $30,921 effective August 17th, 2021. Robert Diaz, as is going from a part-time to full-time administrative assistant with a salary increase from $14.56 an hour to $31,840 effective August 17, 2021. Letter resignation received from the Sheriff's Department for Austin Stotler effective August 27, 2021. Any questions on that? The change in status.
Did we get Deborah McLaughlin's card changed over? I had to let her in the building last week.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Wine, for that information. All right. Approval of minutes, everyone was present from August the 12th. Any changes or corrections on those? Moving on to the county council calendars. We'll be here, oh my gosh, next Thursday, September the 2nd, in the chambers, and it looks like the offices will be closed on Monday the 6th for Labor Day. You believe that?
Already.
Vacation days? Holidays?
What else do you do on Labor Day besides labor?
All right, boards and commissions. Tonight, the 26th, we have a 5 p.m. Ambulance Authority here in the chambers, 5 p.m. Library Board. Next week, it looks like we only have Wednesday at 4 p.m. Telemon. Any changes or corrections on boards and commissions?
Don't forget the annual Labor Day breakfast at the.
That's right.
Park.
I won't be able to attend, but I did buy some tickets.
I'm not going to be here.
I'll
either.
probably be there serving a multitude of guests.
You'd make a good waiter.
Well, I tried to make a practice of it.
Okay.
I don't think he makes a good waiter.
You don't tip him?
Yeah, it's tipping too.
I'll give him a tip.
Mr. President, just a note too, we also talked with the assessor's office about the Board of Assessment Appeals. It appears that Mr. Hess, one of the applicants, I believe Sheets and Dollar General, maybe, Larry, that have several applications, and he thinks we're gonna need more than 2 days. So we'll be looking at 3 Thursdays. Is that gonna be a problem for everyone like the rest?
It may be if you stretch it out 3, but we'll get it done one way or the other. I mean, not all of us have to be here, but
Or we can start,
if so, I would like to see if it's sheets, we'll do all sheets one day. If it, try to keep them together. That way, when we rule on them, we can abstain from a vote. If that makes sense.
we'll work on that.
All right. Thank you. It looks like we have a bond reduction for Overlook Drive at Riverside Phase 3, lots 21 through 23, 113 through 116, 194 through 123, and 230 through 243. Berkeley County Planning file number 2017-263. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Any questions on that one? We have a bond reduction for City National Bank, Berkeley County. Is that the planning number, Brian? BCP?
Yes.
Okay, Doug, I'm sorry. File number 2107-271, tied to 2106-213 and 052-19, bond number PR2714944. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Any questions or concerns on that? Need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved, Mr. President.
Motion's been made. Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. And I'm working on that meeting maybe later today. I've already talked to 2 people we talked about this morning. I'll let you know. Hopefully I'll know something at break time. All right?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. S., you're up. You got some activity for us this morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I do. Looks like these are slacking off a little bit. So next week, I think we might have maybe half or less of this. So hopefully this will be
It's a busy time of the year.
It's a busy time of the year. So yeah, it works.
Be careful what you say there.
What's that?
I said be careful what you
I
say.
know, I understand. First thing we have would be the taxpayer error, personal property. We had to do, I think there's 6 of them. for the reasons that's listed there, they reported vehicles and they weren't supposed to, but they were taxpayer errors. Total of all 6 of those come up to $1,180.21 for those taxpayer errors.
Did Mr. Carson finally get his e-sign off the 2 accounts?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
All right, so entertain a motion on the 6 personal property tax exonerations due to taxpayer error.
Second.
Have a positive motion and have a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone-
Sorry, I made that wrong. I say nay.
You don't give me a chance to correct you? All right, all opposed?
Nay.
Nay. All right, motion fails.
I do have, for office error, personal property, I do have 16, or is that 15? I think I got 15.
15, that's what we have.
2 pages here. For the reasons that's listed there, the first page, you don't have that number, but you add them up to $1,322.62.
And then the second page, first page and second page ends up being 2,197.38.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Entertain a motion on the 15 personal tax exonerations due to office error.
So moved.
Motion's been made.
Second.
Second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. And you got 2 real estate tax exonerations due to office error.
Yes, I do. 2 of them. One didn't have the farm discount added, and the other one had a wrong tax class. The amount for both of them was $896.34 for those 2.
Entertain a motion on the 2 real estate tax exonerations due to office error. Got a motion on the floor, second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. 2 applications consolidation.
Yes, sir, I do. Just 2 for consolidation, one for Michael Riley, had 2 parcels in the Peckham District, map 8, parcel 7.2 and 7.6. Just wanted to put them together, get one tax bill. The other one's the same way as that, it's for Kenneth Dieter, had 2 parcels in the Hedgesville District, map 38 and 38G, parcel 5.1 and 12.1. We put them together just so they can get one tax bill. Both of them were the same, so just got those 2 consolidated.
I would make a motion, we accept the request for consolidation of property.
You have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, any discussion? I got a question for Mr. and Mrs. Detter. It says 22 acres dry run. Maybe that's a description. And 0.14 acres Rockcliffe Drive, Section A, Part Lot 7. It does that map 38 and 38G.
They bought up together.
They do. Okay.
Yeah, they're contiguous. And
all right.
We don't do them if they're not contiguous. They have to have the same names and they have to be in the same district. So.
I understand. All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Hess. We have a public hearing at 10:15. Councilperson Gokenhour, I think we could probably talk about your county council council person issue on the Doughboy statue. I'm gonna hold off on the board meeting reports right now.
Okay, I mean, I was not involved in the original conversations when the Doughboy was removed. I'm glad that you all had it removed, because otherwise it was wind up on.
And we even stored it.
We even stored it. It was on personal property, that's since been sold. So the community truthfully would have lost that monument. It is in need of restoration. And also there's since been, Mr. Cabot has worked with Mr. Funkhauser to identify some names that were not originally placed on the monument that have been verified that they were World War I veterans. So to be able to integrate some of those names, because I think later on we're finding there perhaps some more that unfortunately I don't think are going to fit on the monument, even with it being recast, several parts of it being recasted. But it's important to get this Doughboy monument back up The perfect place that was chosen is the War Memorial Park. And I say there are 2 plaques that have to be recreated anyway out of the 4. And all the costs are broken down. I've submitted those to you last week for review. Everywhere from excavation to the lighting. The park board is going to personally transport the plaques and the monument to Pittsburgh. And hopefully, I mean, the hope is that this can be created and completed by Veterans Day. That's kind of a lofty goal, but that's what you're hoping for.
Let me ask you something, Councilperson Goodenow. Rather than blunt, it just came to me as you're talking, when you said that maybe, we was able to verify some additional names and clarification on stuff. The bronze plaque is a pretty permanent thing. We can't add names and stuff to that. Has anybody thought about granite plaques to where you can come back and engrave another new name in it?
And that's what they have on the monuments that are currently at the park. That area representing World War I, II, Vietnam. They are granite, yes, sir. It's my understanding, and Todd, you might be able to help me.
Oh, we get Todd up here. We'll be here for an hour.
Oh my! Yeah, you're probably right. I spent a little time with him this week. I drove
a little time.
Yeah, but very, very informative.
We'll give him a chance to talk.
Yeah,
but we're gonna.
So here's another thought. While we're going back and forth on Funkhauser, why couldn't you do an additional granite monument in front of it to be able to add to that,
like a memorial wall?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think.
I'm coming.
We got a public hearing right now.
Care.
So
hey,
go back and set out.
Hey, hold on.
No,
we have in the plan was that finding the people that serve from Berkeley County is an ongoing project. So with Mr. Gokenauer and Mr. Catlett, we propose to do a separate part, is that keep the Doughboy as original as possible from the intent of the community. We have some modifications to a couple of the plaques because of the current environment.
You got 5 seconds.
But we are keeping it simple and affordable and doing it in, I think, a very intelligent way. So that's how we got all together.
Don't go too far. All right. We'll pick back up. I see Mr. Shingleton is in the room. We have a public hearing for an application for Johnny Myers and Son LLC to close a Paper Street, Washington Street, Martinsburg, West Virginia. We have our own Anthony Deleghetti here as well. Need a motion to open up a public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Would we have any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? We are in a public hearing. Mr. Hoy Shingleton, you want to give us a rundown of what you got for us?
Yes, I have some original I've emailed all the documents that are relevant to the office, but I've got some originals. Penny, when I give those to you, yes, certificate of publication, return receipts, and so forth. This is property that's in the Kunkel addition to Martinsburg, which was created in the 40s. Warm Springs Avenue is we know what that is. That was originally a Route 9. That was the road to Berkeley Springs.
With the old bridge.
Yes.
Going across the railroad tracks.
By the way, the 2 members of the applicant are John Myers, which I think most of you know, is a well-known builder, and his son Chris, who's with me. John and Rhonda are out of town on another matter that just came up, and so they're not here today. John's parents purchased several lots in there, built a house, and John and his two daughters, his sisters, grew up in that house. There's a paper street that comes off of Warm Springs called Washington Street on the plat, and it goes back to another road which parallels Warm Springs called Bath Avenue, or Bath Street. Of course, Bath is the true name of Berkeley Springs. The street's never been opened. The only thing that's there is a driveway that goes into the house and that's all that's been there. You have the authority to close streets, but the law requires we publish a notice, which we've done in the local paper, and give notice, actual notice, to all property owners and lenders who have an interest on property which abuts the street. The home that John and his sisters grew up in has been sold to a Mrs. McDonald, and in the papers is a letter from her saying she has no objection. And we've given notice to her lender. Return receipt is in the papers. We were also asked to give notice to a company called Greystone LLC, which owns the 70 acres on the other side of Bath Street. And we've done that. And I personally know, and I've spoken with Mr. John Good, who's an officer in that company, and I think a lot of you probably know him. And he wrote a letter saying they had no objection to it also. John Myers LLC and Son LLC are in the process of going through the planning commission to reorganize the lots. They want to build, I think, a 16-lot villa-type subdivision. One-story buildings, residences, but they need to close part of the street, just a portion of it, in order to assist with their stormwater management and green space requirements. So we're only asking them to close just a little section of it, which is the section adjacent to Bath. The rest of the street will be there and will actually be incorporated in the redevelopment, redesign of the lots.
Who owns Washington Street?
Washington Street is a common area, you know, with these old subdivisions, there was never a dedication of those streets formally. You know, they didn't belong to the highway department. They're literally, I guess you would call it an abandoned road.
Right.
Oh, there are a few covenants in development, none of which deal with taking care of road maintenance. They don't have any way to collect road maintenance fees from them. And there are several streets in there, and some of them are open. If you go down there are actually houses that go all the way back in it. But not only Washington, but there's several other streets that have never been open. There's just no evidence of a road ever having been there.
So if we close the street, what becomes of the property that's the street?
We're only closing that little piece, and under the law in West Virginia, it will go to the abutting property owner. And the abutting property owner on both sides is John E. Myers and Son. Mrs. McDonald is up on the other, her property fronts Warm Springs Avenue.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with what you're talking about. Okay. Anybody here for the public hearing to speak out? And it sounds like it appears, Mr. Deleghetti, that all the paperwork's in line and everybody that need to be contacted has been contacted. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President, I reviewed everything. Mr. Singleton has done everything according to the law. There's no one else to speak on behalf of this. It's up to the council to move forward.
And it has been correctly advertised in the paper?
Correctly advertised. Everybody has been given notice, all the abutting landowners. Everything's in order. It's now just on your desk.
All right. Okay.
Make a motion, public hearing be closed.
The motion's on the floor. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Asking for a motion for closing of to close the paper street of Washington Street, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
So moved.
All right. Motion's on the floor. Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. There you go, Mr. Singleton and Mr. Myers. Have a good day. Good luck on your project.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. All right. Back to the Doughboy. Well, wait a second. No, because Funk Howard's going to want to come back up here. Miss Hawkins, be ready with the taser. All right, let's go to the COVID discussion. We have a lot of people in the audience that want to be here. Maybe bus drivers that might have to be getting back on the road. Nevertheless, I wanted this to put on the agenda. There was a meeting with then Councilperson Delier and Councilperson Gokenhour had with the City of Martinsburg and the Health Department last Thursday afternoon, just to find out a little bit of information and stuff. I want us to at least give direction, if not a motion, and because it is our duty to do our job. To what level, I'm not 100% sure. It's being checked into by our in-house attorneys, and actually may even get an opinion of the AG's office. So, and which that has to be done through the prosecutor's office or the prosecutor herself. So, I can only tell you. I guess I'll start this discussion out. I'm not willing to vote and support anything at this time, personally. I'm not, I do believe in a lot of what people said here today. That's my stance. It's been that way. The thing that upset me, and one of you said this, of the way our federal government has done some things is questionable, and what I mean by that is there has been some lives lost, quite a few lives lost, and 385 children we would rather see zero, right? But we know that's not possible. But the one thing about that is, I think the reporting of the deaths of COVID has been messed with, and I tried to look it up on the internet a couple nights ago and try to find out over the last 10 years of what's been the death rate of cancer, what's been the death rate of heart disease, and all the major deaths. And unfortunately, on the cancer, it just broke it down on what types of cancer, but it didn't say, every year of where, and if they were, it didn't include the time during COVID. So my opinion on that is that there's people that some of the people that passed with COVID was actually maybe stage 4 cancer, right, or some other thing, but it was easy for us to label that as a COVID death, and to me, I'm sorry, that's falsifying numbers for the direction you want to go in. I'm personally, and I'm speaking because I'm the president, only because I don't put that responsibility on anybody right now, but I'm not personally, I will not vote to close any business down currently at this time. I will not support, I should say, will support to change anything that what's going on, and I personally don't support mask mandate. Now, when it comes to the school board, we have to get a legal opinion, but I do believe, the same as you're hearing us here today, that they have a responsibility, and that is that you vote on it. And if that's your job, we don't pick and choose what we do. When it comes to our job, we got a job to do, and you need to do it. So I'll open the floor up to the rest of the council to give your comments, and then we'll either give direction or we can take a vote. But right now, I think a direction of
So do we really need to have a legal opinion to vote on our stand?
No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't.
And that's my
but
point.
What I meant by that, do we have the authority to override another board?
But I think that would be clear if we voted to override the board. I think that burden would be on somebody else to say that we don't.
I think we have every right to override the Board of Health.
Yes.
Right? But we may not have the right to override the school board.
No, and I don't think we do. Right. I think they are elected officials and they have the ability to make their own decision.
Right.
But I believe that from everything that I've looked into, that we do have the right to vote on whether or not the health department has the right to make the decision that they're doing.
Well, the Board of Health, of course, did not rule on this. This is the health officer.
I
And I don't
understand.
know if that makes a difference or not.
Right.
I have no idea.
Well, from what I'm being told by our state elected, if someone's trying to skirt that, it's not going to be taken kindly. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Well, and I'm sure that this is going to be addressed in legislature coming up. Because from my understanding, they're not happy with some of the ways it's been handled so far.
Right. And again, no, ma'am, I'm sorry. You have to hold it until the end. I got to be fair. Okay. So, yeah, and I'm sure it will be addressed. And not saying it's right or wrong. Like I said early on, there is no right or wrong.
Well, Mr. President, I'm with you. I am absolutely not in favor of mandatory vaccinations coming, obviously, from this board or even the health board. That needs to come from
Choice.
the parents.
Right. Absolutely.
The next thing is closing of restaurants and bars and stuff like that. Absolutely not. I'm not in favor of that
Any
whatsoever.
public place.
These are individual privately owned businesses. If you don't want to go there, don't go there. If their requirements is that you wear a mask and you don't want to, then don't go to that facility. But I do feel like in this facility that we do need to take some precautions. This is not magic. We can't make this virus go away. It is real, and anybody that denies that it's not there, I struggle with a little bit. But at the same time, there are some common sense things that I think we can do to protect people. We can make the recommendation to wear a mask. We can set guidelines, on the floor. Like I come in here during the day, there's people lined up to pay their taxes. We could put the markers back on the floor to keep people separated. We can make sure that the hand cleansing is available, just to give them the ability to protect themselves while they're here without any stifling mandates.
Don't they already have that? I mean, if I go into a line, into a line, and I've been in a line before and got too close to somebody and they said, "Can I have a little space?" and I back off.
Some people won't do that.
I don't have a problem with that. And if they're not going to do that, if somebody won't do that, is putting a line on the floor going to make that difference?
I think that the people will have enough respect for one another that they would take those positions, separated.
Right.
Whereas people sometimes they're not thinking about this; they're thinking about their tax, or thinking about something that just happened, so they don't pay attention. But I think that if we help them with some common sense stuff, then I think that we've made it better than what it was yesterday.
Are you talking about making a recommendation or a request?
Yes, no, sir, recommendation.
Well, I think you can do the same thing just by posting something that says, there is studies that show 6 foot separation can help from spreading influenza. But I don't know that. To me, I think it's ridiculous to put things on the ground when you have adults that are capable of looking at another person. We've been through this for 18 months. If we don't know by now that 6 foot separation is a rule, if we don't know by now that masks can lower the chance, if we don't know that by now, I don't think it's going to make any difference to put something on the ground. I don't think it's going to make any difference to make a suggestion to somebody to do this. I mean, there's enough information out there already that people have had multiple opportunities to see this information. I mean, it's been everywhere for the last 18 months.
I know, but since June the 20th, when the governor released the mask mandate, a lot of people relaxed their concern. Basically like everything's good to go, and then this other Delta variant is now surging in West Virginia, according to retired General Hoyer. They're concerned about, whether you want to take his information or not. That's individual choice too. But they're once again concerned about overrunning of the hospital. So all I'm looking at is if there are some very simple guidelines that we recommend or ask, and if it helps reduce things, I think it's to our benefit to keep people healthy.
I personally don't have a problem with doing it either which way. It doesn't matter to me. I think it's sort of like when we went through this the first time, and I knew that it was going to come back. Just in my opinion, it's never going to go away. Never. Right? It's always going to be there. So we got to get our lives back to normal. The situation that we're in now is it's our job to look at the health and well-being of all different viewpoints, right? Not only from, as Mr. Zai will tell you, drug overdose deaths went up 30-some%. Our children, how are they able to deal with masks? And you all brought up the whole thing. My youngest grandson, which is 3 years old, going to daycare, which is a little pistol, has thrown up the last 2 days. Maybe it's a mask mandate. I don't know. I have to find out.
Can I ask Tim something?
Tim,
do you guys have a smoking section outside of the day report center over there?
Yes, sir.
Do you guys have signs up there that says smoking can cause lung cancer?
No, sir.
Do we have one outside here where our smoking section is?
no, it's on your cigarette pack.
So my question is.
No, I understand.
My question is, how long have we known smoking causes lung cancer? I mean, as long as I've been alive. I'll be 60 years old this year. And we've been talking about it for 60 years. We don't even put it at our smoking stations. We give them smoking stations because we don't want them in the building smoking anymore. Hell, when I was a kid, they used to smoke in airplanes.
Mr. Jelly, your lung cancer is not going to affect me by being close to you. Let's be.
Yes, it is going to affect you by being close to me if I'm smoking cigarettes.
No,
if I'm smoking cigarettes, there's residual effects from smoking cigarettes. My point is that we know that's a problem, and we know that no different than putting signs on the ground and signs in the building about this. We know that that's a problem, but yet we don't do anything about it. We know the number one cause of deaths in this country is from 265,000 died from medical malpractice. We don't have a sign going into the hospital that says you're coming here to die. The issue I'm saying is why do we need to try to prevent something that everybody should have enough common sense to figure out for themselves? We've never done it before, and now we're going to create something that's never going to go away by doing this. We're just going to keep dragging it on and dragging it on and dragging it on. At some point, we have to be responsible enough to understand that if I want to smoke a cigarette, I have to take the chance of dealing with that.
Or stand beside someone that is.
Or stand or stand in line
I
6
would
foot.
suggest and hope that people contact their physician and get their advice. That's who you're going to go to when they're sick. They're not going to come to me or you. They're going to go to their doctor. And contact your doctor and get your opinion from your doctor, not from us.
And that's a good point. Contact your doctor if you want to. If you're concerned about whether or not you should be standing in line or whether or not your kid should be wearing a mask. See what your doctor has to say about that, and then you know what? Make your own decision, because it comes down to medical malpractice. A lot of people die from doctors' decisions too. They're not right all the time. We're not right all the time. Every time you make a decision, you're taking a chance of being wrong, and it's all about the information you gather.
Yeah. All right. So what we're here to,
Sorry,
no.
to make it clear my position on it, I haven't said
Please do,
anything.
Mr. Whitaker.
Personally, as a personal preference, it's my opinion that it's your decision as a parent, what you all need to do. As far as I'm concerned, my own family, we have a difference of opinion. We have some one way, some the other. That is fine with me.
Kind of like political opinions.
Oh, it is, you know? And I've been told my opinion doesn't mean squat in my house, too. But I'm here to tell you that if I have to take a vote that says somebody's going to be mandated to wear a mask, I'm going to have to vote no.
All right,
Sorry.
well, we may have to do that later here shortly.
I was under the impression that kids on the buses had to wear masks anyway, because that's a federal requirement, because of public
I'd say
transportation.
on buses, you'd probably be correct, because the transit authority is
Yeah,
still under a
this
mask
order
mandate.
doesn't affect bus travel to and from school. I think that's already mandated.
I'd say you'd
I
be,
think it's federally funded transportation, not school buses.
Well, I don't know.
I think school
don't know.
buses
I thought
are-
they had to wear
are
masks on
state-
the bus
School buses are
because it's a
state
federal
funded.
law. That's
Yeah,
what I
school
heard.
buses are state funded and not federally funded. And you know what? That's probably another court battle that would probably come up with that conversation. But I think state funded is not, falls under the governor's jurisdiction.
all right, so I think that,
I mean, I'm willing to make a motion.
no, we're gonna make several motions. Because I want to make it very clear, where we stand. Mr. Delegetti, I think the one thing, and tell me if I'm wrong with this, you all, how long, well, never mind. We got to do that through the prosecutor. But the typical turnaround for an opinion from the AG's office is what?
It depends. You can get an emergency opinion, otherwise it's gonna take at least a month. Dan James is already working on that, with the prosecutor in Morgan County. And there's been a lot of the same issue going on over there.
I can call them before you're ready out.
I can too, Mr. Falk. Thank you. All right, so we will make that request through the prosecutor, join Morgan County, and see what what his opinion would be, his office's opinion would be. I'm sure we won't be the first one to ask that. Okay, so it may already be an opinion out there, but I would say to make an emergency opinion. Okay, that's anybody disagree with that?
I don't disagree with it, but I don't know that we couldn't make a motion and vote on whether or not to support the Dr. McLaughlin's decision or not, regardless of whether or not we have opinion, because we could vote whether or not we support it, and if with the stipulation that if
Support it for
his opinion on mandating masks for children in schools.
Steve, let me ask you a question.
What an opinion.
Just for
Well,
clarification.
it was an order it was an order that he put out, and I think regardless of whether or not we have an opinion from the Attorney General's office, we can vote whether or not we support it or not.
I think the
because it's a
the
time
motions
issue.
that I'm gonna be asking for made pretty much tell everybody how we stand, one-on-one, each individual. I want to get an opinion from the Attorney General's office on whether we have authority to do any of that.
Kanawha County went back to school 2 weeks before us, I think, with a mask mandate. What's going on within their school system? Have they seen any type of increase in COVID cases with their staff or with the children or bus drivers? Do we know any of that? I mean, they've already been in school for a week longer, at least a week longer than our children.
I would like to more or less see a comparison.
That's what I'm saying.
Of mask.
Mr. President, we have.
You can have it.
You can bring it forward, but no discussion about it. Here's the thing that I talked to Councilperson Gokenauer this morning is here's how I feel about masks. We can wear a mask, right? But when we get out of our car to go into a public place or something, we're going to take the mask that we have on our seat and put it on our face, right? Which means that if it's a cloth mask, I don't know, I'm picking it up and I could be touching the inside instead of the outside. I've never seen anybody properly fold a mask before they take it off. Then you turn back around and you go into a public place, a restaurant or whatever, however you want to call that. And the first thing I would do, if I really wanted to stop the germ, is have my door prop open so I don't have to grab that handle that 10,000 other people grabbed and opened and closed, right? So the less touching I would have to do, the better. Nor would I trust a waiter or waitress to say, okay, well, you just cleared the table before me, and when you messed with a tray that had other people's food on it, and then so how do I know that you've sanitized your hands? So what I'm saying is that this stuff is spreading if it does, and I truly believe that we're not gonna stop it, and I'm not gonna cripple our county because of it again. Is that if that's the case, then the only way you can really stop the spread is, if you're really worried about it, is shut the whole place down again, and that's not going to happen. So I just think a mask is just one small thing to stop the spread without doing the other things. It's not going to happen. So
I don't think and I think stop the spread is probably an inaccurate term.
Right.
Because you're not going to stop it.
But that's what they're trying to do.
Right. Well,
and like you said, when we did it the last time and did what we did, we never did it to stop the spread. We did it to stop from overrunning the hospital.
Flatten the curve so that you didn't have the conversation that we had when we started this, and we had the health officer, we had the city of Martinsburg, you and I were on it, we had other individuals from the health office having a conversation about overrunning the hospitals, that they wouldn't be able to handle a large flow of need for ventilators. Not that we didn't want people to go to the hospital, not that we didn't want people to get sick, was that we had to prevent the large flow of ventilator needs because we wouldn't be able to handle it. And that's what we bought into in the beginning. But we don't have any information on that right now. Now, in that meeting we had the other day, I specifically asked them, Dr. McLaughlin, what the amount of ventilators available, what the amount of hospital beds available for COVID, and how many are we currently using? And after about 45-minute discussion about that, they said, well, it's probably going to be 3 weeks before we can answer that. So I couldn't get a straight answer on it. So if we're looking at the same reasons we looked at last time to agree with mask issues, and somebody quoted a number about children that have died, I have looked that information up. The information I found is that the amount of children that died last year, and I think the number that you were quoting, I may be mistaken, but I think it was an 18-month number since the beginning of COVID. If you look at the 12-month, number, the 12-month number for children that have died from COVID last year is lower than the average of a 5-year average prior to that of children that have died. So less children died last year from influenza than have died on an average for the previous 5 years. So why are we doing this? What is the purpose of it? I believe that if we make a motion, which I'm willing to do, to not follow the order that was issued by Dr. McLaughlin, and we get a ruling from the Attorney General's office that says that we don't have the authority to do that, then it won't be followed. But it'll be clear how this board stands at that point, whether we want to follow it or not. If we wait, what's the benefit of waiting? To wait to see what the Attorney General's opinion is. The Attorney General's opinion is going to be made one way or another. I say we make a decision today on how we feel.
I can tell you, I had very few parents. I did have a couple that had emailed me or called me in reference to their child wearing a mask. That it psychologically it affected that child who maybe already had maybe a little bit of issues, with shyness or whatever. But there's also another overwhelming amount of parents who are okay. So we're hearing, folks this morning who, absolutely oppose any of this, but we're not hearing from the other 22,000 parents.
That's a very good point. I have had 0 parents call me and say, what can you do about making sure my children wear masks in school? None. But I have had several parents call me and say, what can you do to make sure my children don't have to wear masks in school?
Yes.
So if it's an issue, why are those people not calling me and saying they want their
The
children to wear
reason
masks?
being is because that parent will mandate itself with their own child to wear the mask.
Exactly.
And that's where I'm with you.
Right.
So if you don't want your child to have to wear a mask, that is your personal preference for your child. I'm not here to raise your kids. I try to do that myself,
All right, so what I was gonna do is, I was thinking make a motion that currently, under today's situation, because I never box myself in the corner, that council does not support closing limiting businesses. You gave the 3. Any mask mandate or any vaccine mandate.
Correct.
Those are I think we can make that one motion, if I'm not mistaken. And then if you want to make a motion on the other one about the school board, then we'll take that.
Well, and I think that covers it. If we vote.
That's what I was thought too.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Okay, so
I don't think that's.
Excuse me, do you want an opinion?
not this time, Mr. Delegate.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we do not support, currently do not support any mask mandates, vaccination mandates, or requirements inside of county buildings for restrictions.
Have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Would you consider including recommending spacing and recommending face coverings of your choice?
Of their choice?
I don't see where that's going to make any difference.
Probably not.
But I don't have a problem adding that into it.
I don't have a problem with that.
I just think sometimes, I went to Harbor Freight last week. Sign on the door, recommended face mask. I'm looking through there's 3 or 4 people in the store. I didn't feel the need for it. If there had been 10 people in there, I would probably put a mask on.
Do you have a mask on you?
I do. It's in my shirt button.
I do too. Well, I carry one with me all the time. If I go into somebody's business and they want me to wear one, and I want to go in there, I'll put one on and honor what they ask. It's their business, their place. I don't have a problem with that. I just don't think I should be mandated to do it in public places.
I don't think you should be mandated either. All right, so we're talking about mandate. We don't support a mandate.
Don't support a mandate.
In
Is
public
it-
buildings or county buildings? Or
Right,
what?
county building.
Does that include the school board?
That would be a different entity, wouldn't it?
That's up to the school board to make that decision.
Until we get an opinion.
Right.
And then we'll basically say what our
Well, I think
where we
even,
stand.
yeah, I think even once we get an opinion, I think the school board still has the right to require it. I think that's probably what will happen. I think the school board has the right to vote on, my personal opinion is the legislative issue doesn't have jurisdiction over the school board, but.
All right, so there is another situation that we have, and that is that our judicial center currently is having a mask mandate, and that's done by the chief circuit judge, and probably come from the state maybe. I don't know about you, but I'm not overriding the circuit judge.
And I'm not either.
Okay, just want to make that clear.
So would you like that added to it? That
I would.
That the
Judicial center be excused.
circuit judge has jurisdiction over
The
their
judicial center.
facility?
Right. All right. Is the motion clear? All in favor of this?
Who seconded it?
Who second? Anybody second?
We haven't gotten a second yet.
All right, need a second. Second. Any discussion?
Jim just did.
Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any nays? Let the record show 5-0. All right. And we'll ask the prosecutor to get that AG's opinion if we don't have something said about it later today and open public comment.
Do we need a motion to ask that, or is that fall under?
I think we're getting directions.
Okay.
All right. All right, let's go back to the Doughboy statue. Mr. Gokenary.
All right. There's been an estimate received for all the restoration of the monument being placed back in the War Memorial Park. There have been 3 different entities requested to fund this equally. The state of West Virginia, which has already made that commitment. They've sent a letter supporting that, as well as the city of Martinsburg has already, last Thursday, they voted to their 1/3, contingent upon everybody else making that commitment as well. So the amount requested is $17,500 from all 3 entities, which will be complete on a restoration of it, including the granite base, properly footed and very nicely done across from the memorial, across the street from the memorial at War Memorial Park at the top of the hill. So it would be nice to get this monument back up and show our respect to those who serve.
You know, if I remember right, when we had that conversation before, it was a moving target. Every time we talked about it,
It
it was
was.
a different dollar amount. And I think that's why we never voted to go ahead and contribute, because we really didn't know what the dollar amount was going
Well,
to be.
originally, Ms. Mock was saying that the Parks and Rec was gonna pay for all of it, and then it became rumor that we was gonna pay for it, and I know we had a discussion, and I've been proven wrong 3 times on this matter. We never took a formal vote on doing it.
I thought one time it was like 20,000 or something, 18, 20,000 was the total amount that they said in the very beginning.
Yeah, so, Mr. Funkhouser, I cut you off because I didn't have time for you, right? So if you want to come back up to the podium, feel comfortable about doing that. Never would refuse you an opportunity to speak.
Yes, you do.
Uh,
But you can't, because all these nice people are here and see you.
That wouldn't stop him.
You give them 10 minutes, they'll encourage us to push you out the door. No.
It took a while to get ducks in a row with project. I think once the emotion cleared out of the room for, having it kind of jerked out, and then we began the process of evaluation. With Mr. Kokenauer, the devil's in the details. With a doughboy, there are a lot of details. People don't, this is a simple statute, right? But no, it's not really. It's kind of complex because it has an emotional meaning to a lot of different people. So everyone has an opinion. We just tried to cook them all down, boil them down, listen to folks, and then understand that the motivation was just the doughboy itself. And then Councilperson Gokenauer and with Steve, they brought up some other valid points, spoke to some other groups, and one of the plaques needs to be, corrected, modified. And once we started this journey and we started to uncover that other folks were not on that plaque, it broke it down to understanding that the intent of the ladies' auxiliary was what defined the statute. So it wasn't really up to us to change what their intent was for the statute, but we could add those folks to a different section. And that way it would bring honor to everyone who served in Berkeley County. But you have to understand, some of the Berkeley County boys, they didn't come back. There's a couple buried in France. There are a couple that just came back and stayed, playing in New York, staying in New York. So that the original statute, there was no way of knowing that. It's 1920s, so you don't pick up, you don't email somebody, you don't Google search somebody. So as we looked through those details and began to cook it down, and with these folks and understanding the placement of it and how it needed to be done, and don't put the doughboy on a big rock in the park. Actually, if the doughboy is important to the public, put the doughboy back as it stood at the federal courthouse. So this project kind of really cooks that down to that intent with the one adjustment. And it's a good adjustment. That's agreeable with everyone, I think. There's, always one or, you see today, we all kind of disagree, but we have to come back to the intent. That's really difficult in this time, because, you're either for me or against me. But the Doughboy project is cooked down. I'm confident. I mean, we haven't gone too far. I think we can come in under budget as long as we don't get too many more ideas and too many more irons in the fire. I think we're actually fairly accurate, and bringing together the three entities is really impressive. I mean, it's just a good day.
And you're right. And I have to say something to the audience. Mr. Funkhauser and I, it's always good to have Todd Indy talking. He's very knowledgeable in history in Berkeley County, but we like to torment him in a good way. So we always appreciate him being in here.
He's usually more energetic than
a little.
I spent yesterday with you, spent the day before with him.
They wore you out.
They don't stop talking, Mr. Copenhagen, Councilman Copenhagen. I'm tired. I'm wore out and burnt, watching my grandchild. I like kids till I had them.
So the good thing is this this is very important. The Doughboy is very important. It's been part of the community for a very, very long time. And Councilperson Gokenauer or Mr. Funkhauser is correct. It was on a federally owned piece of property that was auctioned off and sold, that we would have not had possession of it today. So beforehand, we actually was able to get our Mr. Bentley to get the ownership of that to the county council, and we've stored it since then. And so it'd be good to get it back up. And if I'm not mistaken, the state has already sent their check. I know Senator Blair said that he sent it out. So, and I think that I thought we was under the impression that we would do a third of it as long as the state and the city and us would do a third. So if a third of it is $17,500, I think it would be, we'd take it out of contingency if we did do it, because I know that's gonna be the question. Entertain a motion to take $17,500 and towards the restoration of the Doughboy.
Do you have enough money in contingency there, Mr. Wine?
You do.
Okay.
I just, not to muddy the waters, I've been on too many jobs where there's always been an overrun, but you seem to think that this is we've overestimated this cost?
We've done it, a very good cost estimation and not figured in community support.
It looks pretty thorough.
We've taken bare bones down and then not, figured in, because there's an overwhelming community support. Because Councilman Gokin and I will tell you that. There's overwhelming community support. We just factored in what needs to be done to get this back up in honor of the veterans. And then I'm sure if the hole needs to go another foot, I'm sure someone will.
Well, that
Gary
was-
Wine will get a shovel and.
Well, that's the reason for my question, because.
Somewhere between midnight and 4 in the morning, right?
Whatever it takes. Well, you gotta do it during daylight, because parks close after dusk.
Oh, we'll get
in there.
We'll
gotta keep.
We'll get a permit.
No, the only reason why I'm asking that, Mr. President, is because, like I said, I've been on too many jobs where there's been an overrun, and for $2,500 more, $20,000 not to exceed on our benefit. But at the original estimate of 17.5, I mean, instead of coming back, I'd rather put a little bit more contingency in there for it. Is that an
Yeah,
option or not?
let's just do 17.5.
Okay.
And then that way, because
That way make him come
not,
back.
okay,
and
yeah, I'm not going. I'm not going to encourage him to go over budget.
Well, see, I was just trying to keep him from coming back in.
All right. Yeah, we can't refuse him the opportunity to stand at the podium.
All right, then my motion would be to, is
that all right, Mr. Gokenhour?
Then my motion would be to contribute the 17.5 for the, out of contingency to the restoration of the Doughboy statue.
Along with the other two
Along
entities.
with the other two entities.
I'll second that.
Or should we say contingent with the other two entities? Nah,
I
we'll
don't
do
think we
ours.
need to get too worried in the details. I think we should say we
We can be the
go
leader
to
on this one, right?
17.5.
Well, we'll follow the state, because I know.
They're
certain-
done, we're behind.
Yes, yeah.
No, don't say that.
We're a first place loser.
Hey, I'm still up here.
Oh,
Hey, second mouse gets the cheese.
All right, you have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I said second. Did you hear me?
No, huh? All right, have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen.
You have a wonderful day, Mr. Funkhauser.
I'm gonna sit back.
All right, we have a Timothy Johnson here. Yes, sir. I'm gonna skip over break for right now because this young man might
did.
have something to do.
You did miss board and commission vacancies.
I did, because I know we
Okay, I'm
can
just
put
pointing
that off.
I'm just pointing it out. What was that? I need to do
No,
something.
we can do appointments, but we don't have to do board and commission discussions.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Johnson, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to serve on the Roundhouse Authorities, young man.
Alright, well, my name's Timothy Matthew Johnson. I recently moved over in Inwood, which is Mercer County. So why do I want to help? Well, so I work over at Continental Brick with Jeff Hollis, who's currently the secretary of the Roundhouse Authority. And those people over there, they need somebody to be the treasurer, is my understanding. And I'm QuickBooks certified in it, so I could help with that stuff. Sorry, I'm really nervous.
Okay.
They also need somebody who's good with technology and whatnot. So I've already gone over to the Roundhouse to set up computers, set up the printer, troubleshoot problems with any of the technological issues that some of the people there struggle with.
Okay.
And have done a good job as far.
And so far, thank you.
He'll be quick to tell you if you don't. All right, so it sounds like you moved into the area because of job opportunity.
I actually moved in because of school. I currently go to Shepherd University.
Okay.
In-state tuition is a lot better than out-of-state tuition.
It is.
And so,
So you made a financial decision, huh?
yes, sir.
All right, anything else, any history you know about the Roundhouse or anything? Or you just, I mean, you're a young man wanting to give back to the community. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily a history major. My major is in accounting, but the historical significance of the Roundhouse is not lost on me. And it's important to preserve what we have, and I think I can be there to help preserve some of it.
Okay.
Can we have a large grant that was just issued of $750,000, and actually we just found out, I don't know if you know this or not, but we've had discussions about where's the grant, what it is, all that.
There seemed to be some confusion.
Well, we cleared that confusion up the other day, and it is a 20% match grant. So we're going to have to put the business plan together. This young man will be able to help with some computer needs to do that kind of stuff. But we need to, and we've activated the foundation again. Not to take up his time, but we've activated the foundation.
I was gonna say, is this his interview or yours?
Well, no, this is part of my stuff that we were supposed to talk about earlier, but I'm just kind of sneaking it in there since you didn't want to talk about it. But so we've reactivated the foundation, and we're going to get the foundation going so we can put the business plan together to show the need for an employee and what we can do with this $750,000 and be able to get the Roundhouse actually open for business all week long.
All right, Mr. Barnhart, you have
Yes, sir.
questions or statements?
Well, I guess a statement more than a question. The history of the Roundhouse is the history of the railroad. History of the railroad is the history of Berkeley County, because the railroad is why we're in West Virginia. And I hope you get a feeling for the history of the railroad and its relationship, of course, to Martinsburg and Berkeley County, because that's why we honor the Roundhouse and why we want to increase its value to the community. And so I hope you bone up on history, even though you're not a history major.
I have extensive conversations with Jeff Hollis again. He's a local historian. I'm trying to read his book. It's a little thick, but it's a very good thick.
Well, then you learn about North Mountain, you'll learn about Allensville, all those communities along the railroad.
You'll learn about Jim Barnhart. I'm sorry. I said, did I say something?
I don't know if Jim was applying for an adjunct professorship at the history major down at Shepherd.
Well, no, but
No, okay.
I'm just, trying to get him interested in the history of Berkeley County. 'cause
If you see his
it's the
name come
railroad.
up on the roster for educators down at Shepherd, take the next class.
Take the next class. Write that down.
And then there's the 1873 railroad strike, but that's another story.
I actually have a really good discussion with the AmeriCorps person there. The AmeriCorps position was filled by a guy named Raphael, who actually is a history major, and he's really interested in the railroad strike. He's been looking for photos, because I don't think there's any photos, but there are drawings of the actual strike in progress. But nobody, I guess, set up a camera and took a picture while people were burning things down.
The guy back there may be able to help you.
Mr. Funkhauser?
Photos?
I'm not calling upon you. We just said your name.
Just,
I learned out there.
he's back here playing with
All
his
right,
phone.
Mr. Delia, you got any questions? or
I want
concerns?
to thank you for getting involved. Thank you for helping. I totally support your request. Appreciate the help, and it's great to see a young man like yourself wanting to get involved and help the community that you're living in.
Appreciate the kind words.
Mr. Whitaker.
Mr. Johnson, thank you. I always like to thank anybody that wants to give back to their community, because it takes a community to keep this place running. And so many thanks. You're gonna see a lot of history down there. I did some work down there myself, and over the years, and it's amazing when you dig down about 4 foot deep, what you find. Matter of fact, I'll tell you a little story. When I was putting in that water line, I dug through an old, I guess it was a stone laid aqueduct that came from underneath the tracks, and found bones in it. Yeah, and luckily that they were not human bones, but they were bones that were flushed out of the old food cars on the railroad tracks. But I had them verified just to make sure I wasn't digging through somebody's resting place. But anyway, it stopped my work for quite a while until I got the information back. But you'll find little things like that throughout this whole county that you'll hopefully you'll take interest in.
Hopefully not too many bones.
No.
Mr. Gokenhour.
Yes, sir. I also want to thank you for applying, and I know that there are a lot of boards, a lot of folks did not grow up with the computer systems and all these kind of things that you are going to be able to assist them in a lot of their electronic challenges. That roundhouse is a very pivotal part of this community. Tremendous amount of families have earned a living from there. And it's one of the greatest gyms in this entire area. So thanks and all the other folks on that board for trying to keep it alive and keep it where it's maintained properly and be able to use it in the future.
Well, actually, to add on your point about the roundhouse being important for the community, we have somebody who works at Continental Brick, and when I was scanning some of the paperwork that was trying to actually move from paper documents to electronic documents, I actually found his father, and it was like a wedding reception there. So kind of to add to your point, the junior father, so the senior, started a family. Like his wedding reception was there at the Roundhouse when I asked him about it. So
pretty cool.
Both recent and not so recent history has happened there.
Personally, my grandfather worked there 47 years. My dad worked there. I've had uncles work there. There's family on my wife's side that was actually killed when he worked for B&O. So there's a tremendous amount of people in this area that have a tie and a love for that roundhouse. So keep it going.
That's that.
Somebody killed one of your under.
He actually fell off a train.
Oh, you mean he died?
Yeah.
He died.
Well, if he killed, somebody pushed him, right?
I don't know about that. I don't know if there was an investigation done or not.
I got you.
But yeah.
Okay.
One perished.
Okay. Yeah, that's too bad.
Well, you're definitely right about one thing. There is a lot of history there. And I'm like Councilperson Gokenhour. My grandfather was a blacksmith there for 40 years. But I think the most impressive thing is you wanting to serve a community that you just moved to. Very, very, very seldom does that ever happen. So, Mr. Delier, this is his board. He's already made it very clear that he seems like he's pretty impressed with you. And we'll make an appointment here soon.
Okay.
All right.
What will be the next thing that I do?
That's, you'll hear from us and you'll get paperwork, If
you don't mind, I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and nominate him for the position right now.
There you go.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor. It's got a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. You're a new member of the Roundhouse Authority. Miss Schul or Tracy will get you some paperwork that you'll have to take to the county clerk and get sworn in.
Alrighty.
All right.
We'll mail it to you.
They'll call.
Well, are we gonna mail it U.S. Postal or are we gonna email it?
We can do either way if we have your email.
Well, let's do an email.
Well, you could probably stop by tomorrow and pick it up.
Yeah, do that, Jeff.
Okay.
Anything's faster than U.S. mail these days.
That's true.
All right. So you know where to pick it up. If you just go across the hall over to 201.
County council office.
County council office to pick up.
If you want to pick it up tomorrow, or she can email it.
Okay, I'll just probably pick it up.
Then you can go right down in county at the courthouse downtown and get sworn in.
Alrighty. That sounds like a plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Jonathan, you got time for us to take a break?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take a quick break.
I do want to pull somebody.
No, I told him I wasn't gonna be able to make it, so this it seems like everybody's knows it needs to get done. All right, we're back in session. Next on our agenda is Jonathan Adler, I'm sorry. Executive Director of West Virginia Association of Counties. And discussion of Berkeley County legislative priorities. Jonathan, it's good to have you in Berkeley County, and we just wanted to make sure that I know you understand that Berkeley County is leading the way in West Virginia. There's a lot of things that we're doing up here that people necessarily may not be on the horizon right at this time, but it seems like in a short period of time it will be. So we just wanted to make sure that you and Jennifer understood that we have some issues up here that's probably unlike the rest of the state. One of them, as Councilperson Gokenhour would tell you, is combination fire hose, volunteer and paid staff, and we were the first one with Councilperson Gokenhour, prior chief, and that led that charge. And now we're the first and only fire hall in the state of West Virginia that's county. So that's just a prime example. But when I'm saying that is, I think there's been at least 6 or 8 different counties that's called the fire marshal's office and asked them how to do it, and they say call Berkeley County and talk to Eddie Gokenhour. So that's just one of the small things. So and we're guilty of not coming down to Charleston to see you as much as you haven't been up here to see us. So we'll take the blame.
You have no apologies there at all. And I love coming over here. And I'll come over here to Thomas Notes. It's not a problem. I'm an empty nester now too, so it's a little bit easier for me to get away from Charleston now. But that's my job, and I'm happy to do it. And I know, and I realize that people here feel that you're far from Charleston, far removed, and you feel like you're on your own. And certainly, I don't want you to feel that way having this association, and I know people in Charleston don't want you to feel that way. At least most of them probably don't. But you have great legislative representation, as you know, and you're doing a great job. And Berkeley County is leading the way, no doubt about it. You're growing, whereas everybody else is not growing. And you talked about the fire departments. I think you're ahead of the curve. You're leading the wave. And I think Councilman Whitaker knows, that with our risk pool that we're on, he's a board member, that risk pool has been advising us now for a few years that this is the coming thing, that West Virginia is going to be seeing. Counties most likely are going to be having fire under their purview.
Well, what we're trying to do is assist the volunteers. The volunteers is a very proud group of people, and they have every right to be. They volunteer hours after hours back to the community, and we're just there to assist them and trying to get that truck out, that apparatus out the door faster. It seems like it's working really, really well for us. We do have our first fire hall in Baker Heights that's 24/7, 365 with paid staff. Still volunteers, and the volunteers have been really coming and helping a lot. But there's going to be cry for more to assist. We all work longer hours. We all work multiple jobs. Both parents, if children are fortunate enough to have both parents in the house, it's requiring us to do more. But that's just one thing that we're doing, and just wanted to let you know some of our priorities. One of the things that really affects the school board as well, probably way more than it does us, is the old state of the bill that is with the rollback. The rollback is crazy. There's no floor, but there's a ceiling, and unfortunately, we can't even get the tax dollars on what is owed for today's prices. So that's very important to us. the 1 cent sales tax. We've done research on our surrounding areas, and Winchester in Frederick County, Virginia, absolutely has local tax. Matter of fact, the local tax is more than the state tax, right? So I know that's high on our priority list. What else, guys? Help me out.
Bill and roads.
Roads, yeah.
Infrastructure, period. We just had a meeting yesterday with the state and the feds, and you know, our water, sewer, and road infrastructure, we're growing, which is a good thing for the state of West Virginia. We're not seeing it. We're helping to keep the numbers up as high as possible, but our infrastructure is in need of staying out in front, because it takes 3 to 7 years to get that stuff in the ground or on the ground, either one. If you're talking about roads, that's very important to us. But we'll have a list, and we'll try to make sure we get it to you. But anybody else, I'm sure, has something.
I think one of the biggest things that we face all the time is being surrounded by other states and close proximity to DC, is that we're so much different than the rest of the state, and to have a one shoe fits all just does not work in the Panhandle. We battle that problem, and when we look at things like the health department, Jim talks about it all the time, that we have to pay nurses at the health department, a requirement from the state, and that may work fine down in southern West Virginia, but our wages here are twice that much.
Well,
and so how do we get employees?
Well, yeah, state road, all the state positions, the
and
funding is so antiquated. Yeah. I mean, give me a break. Was it $11 an hour?
$11.92.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Sheets pays more than that.
Yeah, it's $14 an hour.
Yeah.
It's the same with the school system. Maybe we have the overcrowding of the school buses because we can't find CDL drivers for what the pays. Maybe we always know that we can't find teachers because Loudoun County and Frederick County and Washington County is paying more. So what I try to tell people, and I know this is the truth, is some people will complain about no more taxes, right? But really, when it comes right down to it, it's the value you get for the dollar, right? I don't care who you are. You don't mind paying for something if you see the value. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah. A real good example of that, and Eddie and I did that meeting down South Berkeley about the park ground that we just purchased to create a park, and there was an enormous amount of comments on there, and a couple of those comments were actually people said, wow, we're going to have a park in South Berkeley. I don't feel so bad about my taxes anymore. And that was a really powerful statement for somebody to say, because they're receiving a service, they can see it, they know what they're getting, and they feel better about having to pay taxes.
Yeah, and that's certainly in this day and age, it's a hard thing to believe.
Right.
Certainly because we're all in the mode of wanting to cut taxes, and everybody wants tax cuts, and the state's been talking about tax cuts, property taxes, and all that. Which we had some major legislation, but I think part of my job, and certainly to help you, assist you as well too, is to try to educate the public on just what it is, what they're getting for their tax dollars, and the importance of county government, the importance of local government, and they can't forget about that. And, I think especially over here, you're very acute. Charleston, you want to pick on Charleston. I certainly understand that, and that's maybe an easier thing to sell, that you can be more independent over here and do things. I think you're doing better, and that's all good. I think that's great, but that's part of maybe what I can help do, and Jennifer will certainly help do in that regard. And certainly it's the state's unique, and this is a unique part of the state, and it's a great part of the state. I love coming over here. I've been doing it I worked for Governor Caperton back in the day. I started back in the early 90s, I guess. And so this was part of my area to come over and set up his business. That's what I did. I was an aide that set up business and things. So I spent a lot of time over here, and I do love your area. I'd like to come over as much as I can. So like I said, invite me anytime. But there are all these issues going on. Certainly, Jennifer and I think in years past, the executive directors of the two associations maybe didn't get along too well. She and I get along very well. We have a great relationship. We work well together. I think we certainly did during the COVID crisis when that began. Y'all remember when that first started. Certainly we didn't have numbers at that time, but everybody was scared. Nobody knew what was going on. Nobody had any information. And Jennifer and I spent a lot of time sending information out to you, sharing information with the governor's office and others to make sure that people, we got the fear factor down and tried to get the information needed. One of the things I did, I shared a lot of information with the governor's office that I was getting on our listserv from fellow execs across the country, which they weren't getting. And I had his chief of staff call me up when they said, we're not getting this information. This is great. This is helping us out a lot. So, just on that alone, those things you kind of just.
But that's what it's all about. We don't have no ill feelings for Charleston at all. Matter of fact, we believe it's our fault that we're not getting the message across to them. We continue to try to do a better job on relaying the message of what the needs are here in Berkeley County. We talked about the meeting that Doug and I was in yesterday, and when I started that conversation with the governor's office and the EDA, they were like, yeah, we weren't aware that you had this issue, although we've known that issue was building for a while and just didn't relay the message very well. So it definitely falls on our shoulders to continue to do what we can to get the message down there that there's things that can happen that'll help Berkeley County. And when Berkeley County gets help, so does the rest of the state.
Sure. Have you decided yet on what you're going to use your ARPA monies for? Do you know that yet? What you're going to allocate it for?
No, not yet.
Yeah. Just yesterday, so there's been just as well. I think it's been going on longer, but this week certainly the county clerks, many counties and county clerks are the ones that keep the books and do the reporting and all that. Well, the first interim report on that fund, the counties have to report to the U.S. Treasury is on August 31st. And people are really confused about the report and what should go in it. Most counties have not spent the money, haven't done anything with it at all. And they're afraid, they don't want to be out of compliance or be dinged by the feds. There's a lot of fear. And so just yesterday afternoon, NACO, the Association of Counties, had a phone call with execs, and I got some other people on the call too, just to watch. But they've sent out, and Treasury's actually done a video. I hope Alan Davis has gotten that email I sent out yesterday, so you check with him on that. But Treasury did a video to help people with this first interim report, help councils and clerks and all that to make sure that you're doing reporting properly. Wanted to highlight the fact this was an interim report. It's an interim report, so there's mistakes in it throughout. They're expecting that, and they're not going to hold anybody accountable to that. In the future reports, you'll be able to correct that interim report going forward. But it's certainly it's a scary process. People are concerned about it, and we want to try to help smooth that. Jennifer, I know, sent out a lot of information, commissions herself on and taking the lead. That's really her job, really being your representative for the council. So we try to make sure we work together, but I don't cross into her territory. I don't have to. She's great. Does a great job. The other thing I want to tell you about too, I guess what we've been talking about, is really trying to make a better effort to work with the municipalities and trying to break bread more with them. They just had their meeting a few weeks ago in Wheeling and invited me up to be a part of their meeting. And part of it, they passed a resolution that had to do with jail costs. And just that they're looking at ways to really what they wanted, what they're pushing forward is a big study on jail costs. They're afraid that the cities are afraid they're going to have to pay an undue burden on that cost. They don't want it. They said that's the county's jurisdiction. But I think because we've been meeting and talking about it, there's softening. There's some cities that have kind of abused that, the arrest records, especially late at night on a Friday night or something. That's usually the anecdote you hear. And so somebody's, stuck in jail every weekend, and the county's paying the cost for city arrest. But I think the work by trying to do more things with the cities as far as that goes, and looking for other areas too, we're going to do more of that as well, hopefully, because we felt this year in the legislature they really weren't a friend of local government in a lot of ways. So counties, we want revenues. Cities, the sales taxes help them have revenues, but the legislature sees that revenue stream like, oh, we kind of like that. And but that's been the game time immemorial. It doesn't matter which party's in control or whatever. Somebody's doing well, making money. They want to pull the reins back a little bit. So, but any questions you have at all for me? Anything on the upcoming issue?
Do you have your legislative priorities set up already?
We do not. We're going to have our meeting October 3rd, 3rd through 5th at Stonewall Resort. It's a Sunday through Tuesday morning. And the booklet in front of you kind of goes over last year. We represent every office in the courthouse, including you, and try to, as best we can, run bills and try to work those bills as best we can. But it's a very, very large agenda. And I've tried to get the groups over the years to cut down their numbers quite a bit. I think this year, matter of fact, I think prosecutors had 8 or 9 bills themselves. But I think we're going to try to streamline that this year and just focus on a few things. And the one thing that I've been working on the past 3 years now, is going on the 4th year, is county officials want pay rates. And that's always been a point of contention between the Commissioners Council and the other officers. But it's going on, I think, 8 years now. The last time it happened, and so you're looking 8 to 10 years usually is the time lag there. And so that's one of the main things I'll be working on. I'll be helping support Jennifer certainly on the 1% sales tax. It's certainly not going to, we'll be there in support effort, but wouldn't be taking the lead necessarily, but certainly speaking about it where we can and making sure we're saying the same things on that. And the one thing that happened this year, we had the property tax amendment on HJR 3, which is going to change. It's basically the business inventory tax. It's about $400 million or so. It's passing that resolution. It's going to be on the ballot next November for people to support. One of the carrots they put in there was giving everybody the car tax. So that's something I think will be attractive to people, and we've seen, maybe Larry Hess can tell you too, but personal property rates have gone up this year quite a bit in some cases. The other day, I heard 20-25% in some cases.
Well, yeah, because the resale values have went up drastically.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing. I mean, you can't. Some people will say that you're raising taxes when your tax bill goes up, but it's not. It's basically because we raised the levy rate once, then we lowered the levy rate once. So, but it's the value that goes up to the increase in the taxes, and that's always, in order for anybody to do business, it costs more money. So in order for the schools to build new schools or buy buses, or for us to buy vehicles for our sheriff's department, it doesn't cost what it did a year ago, nowhere close, or to buy a fire truck. So you constantly, all you're doing is trying to keep everything in proportion with what you're trying to do.
One of the things that is coming up too, I don't want to keep your time. I could talk all day, and I don't want you to go through that. But in a couple of weeks, interims are going to be up again in Charleston. And last year, one of the bills we worked on was really a combination of 2581 and 2496. It had to do really with about the natural gas valuations and trying to change how they are taxed at wellhead. And so they did pass a bill that we think in the end, could be about $9, $10, $12 million maybe revenue loss total for counties. Originally, it was about $76 million. So it's not so much here, but over along the Ohio River, you have all those counties that have the wet gas, and they get a lot of revenues that way. So they were looking at substantial loss. They amended the bill to keep it lower. So it's about 9 to 10 million, I guess. But the rules bill is up right now, and they're going to have a committee hearing on the 13th. And a couple of our assessors are going to be speaking to that and talking about how they did evaluations, making sure they try to capture properly and not do it where you're not you've got to make sure that you're comparing the value and the cost of business together. I think to just give a rudimentary example, as it goes down the line, points of sale, that'll change. The capture the cost, but maybe not necessarily capture the value. So you're going to see tax revenues going to be dropping, and there should be more uniform. So that's kind of one of the things we're worried about for the county revenues, is making sure that that's kept, consistent throughout. And certainly the industry pushed quite hard to get that bill passed for the 3-4 years and didn't get it done. So that's one of the things one of the issues we work on to certainly shortly.
Mr. Cook, now you want to tell them your idea about the 1 cent sales tax and the coal and the oil, gas?
To start with, I think in order for a county to get the 1 cent sales tax, you need to be able to tell the public where the dollars are going to go. Where currently our sheriff's office is right around $8 million. Okay. A lot of money. So to me, if we can be able to show and prove where those dollars are going to go, I personally would be in favor of giving the coal severance tax money back to those counties that so desperately need it. It's coming out of southern West Virginia. Give those dollars back. I mean, if you would be able to receive the 1 cent sales tax, I would be say, look, give these dollars back. They're in dire need. So we don't particularly need those dollars. There's not a tremendous amount of dollars there for us, but they need it more so we need it.
No, that's a great idea. I mean, all ideas like that, there have been similar kind of ideas like that. Certainly talking about the oil and gas industry too, and that kind of separate and where that is. But that's going to change certainly with this new bill and the rules coming from. Yeah, I mean, Southern West Virginia, not to pick on it, but it's tough. And I think they've done studies where you look at, if you cut off like that 14 county region, the state of West Virginia all of a sudden jumps up economically in the mid-30s or something. So it's real tough drain.
Well, we know they've been laying off deputies. We know they've not been paying their jail bills. So, I mean, those are drastic. Laying off deputies is a drastic move.
Well, one thing we mentioned last night, I don't want to give it away. I had dinner last night with Delegate Householder, and it was a group that was at dinner over here, and got to sit down and make my case a little bit and stuff. But one thing I said to him was in regards to the jails bill, maybe one thing if you don't want to help the counties out that way, maybe if the state did take care of the jails, if you're freeing up that much more money that you're putting in the jails, that the counties keep it back. And that's what, of course, he nods at that. But, he's probably got a dozen other variables in his head too. He's looking at things, funding or whatever. So
I guess the hardest thing, Jonathan, is let's use the state police throughout the state of West Virginia, especially here. We have a third of our state police officers that we should have. And that's with old numbers. That's not with the current growth. So when there's their manpower is 2/3 understaffed, that burden goes towards the sheriff's office, right? And right now, after a certain time, I think midnight to 8 in the morning, we get 2-to-1 calls, right? So we can't continue to absorb that and not have the funding to do it. And it's real simple. If you want to cut taxes, and I've told Senator Blair this, if you want to cut taxes and you don't want to give us the 1 cent sales tax, then lower the state sales tax to 5% and give us 1.
Yep.
Plain and simple. If you're going to, DEP is they're 400 people short. Guess who pulls that slack? We do.
But the state police, part of that issue goes back to the same thing we're saying about our region. I mean, I don't blame those guys for not wanting to do business here. We got much higher crime rate, a lot more things to deal with. They're not making any more here than they are down in Pocahontas County.
Right.
Why would you not want to live down there where you go on 2-3 calls a day?
Yeah, I know. I remember working back, for government paper, and at the time, of course, that was the big issue. There was teachers, and teachers were over here saying, "Look, we're getting outpaid by our surrounding states, and we get the same as what they're getting. That's not fair." So yeah, it's been a no doubt. Long problem.
All right, well, I'm sure you'll hear more from us, and thanks for making the trip.
I appreciate it, guys. When I send out my email and stuff, you see my cell phone on there. I think Jim has it. Please don't hesitate to call or text that cell phone anytime. That's what I'm here for. And I'm really, my president last year was Pete Dougherty, who was the sheriff of Jefferson County. And during the COVID stuff, and we were talking all the time, it was a Sunday afternoon or something, he calls me up and talking. And he said, it just finally dawns on me. He said, you're like a sheriff, aren't you? He said, you're like 24/7. I said, you're exactly right. Exactly right. So that's the way it is for me. So please don't ever hesitate to call me anytime.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got some more directories here for you too, if you want those.
All right. Well, I keep in my truck in case some junk I drive breaks down. Might need to call upon somebody. Thanks again, Jonathan. Oh, everybody calls everything's junk when it breaks down. All right. Let's go back to board and commission appointments.
I've decided to hold off, so I'm okay with the one that I was just talking about. I think I'm gonna hold off for another week, but would you like me to make a motion on Shannon Brown?
Sure.
Okay, I'll make a motion to reappoint Shannon Brown for the building commission.
All right, have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Does anybody else have any board appointment, reappointments or appointments? No one? All right. We're going to be going in executive session for personnel matters, but before we do that, I want to go ahead and take items from the public.
Wondering if you're going to do it that way, and thank you for doing that. I've got a little bit of work to do on the phone.
State your name for the record.
All right, I'm Mike Folk. So I just want to address some of the concerns that you all discussed and some of the data that I'm familiar with. I have sources for all of this data, if you want. I don't have them with me today, but I do have them. So, on the discussion of mask mandates, and this is a
Please keep it short. Okay?
I'll try to, I've got very brief notes. It's less than a minute.
All right.
So the only studies available that have been randomized controlled trials, the only one that I'm aware of, and it's actually on the CDC website, is the Denmark study. They studied 3,300 people for 6 months last year. They found no statistical significant difference in those who wore masks and those who didn't wear a mask. That's on the CDC website. Hold that thought. The CDC, of course, disputes that study. But the 3 studies that they used to dispute it, and the reason they disputed it, are really telling. They used a study of 2 barbers or hairdressers and how many people got infected or didn't get infected because they wore masks. 2. They used a private school up in New Jersey that had about 300 and some students in it, and they stayed quarantined for 2 weeks during the study. Now, what they used to dispute the study from Denmark is that the sample size wasn't big enough. Listen to that again. The sample size wasn't big enough. Even though the sample size in the Denmark study was 10 times the sample size of the other ones. So that's just one thing. There's a group called, and please just raise your hand. Have you ever heard of the Great Barrington Declaration? Any of you all? Just raise your hand, please. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Turn it up just a little bit.
Yeah,
please.
I would suggest that you, just to get the big picture of what's going on, get on a website, gbdeclaration.org. It was co-authored, the lead author is a guy named Dr. Martin Kulldorff, spelled Kulldorff. And they want to focus, and this came out last summer, and there's he's a world-renowned epidemiologist, Harvard medical doctor. And he's co-authored with epidemiologists from Stanford, Oxford, and many other major medical research institutions around the world. And they want to focus on a thing called focused protection. In other words, our elderly, we all know that those are the most susceptible, elderly and those individuals that have comorbidities. So now I want to talk about what took place is today in your discussion. This is pretty much my last point. You are the only body in this county that can change what is going on in the public schools right now. And that's based on Senate Bill 12. You want to discuss that privately? I'm more than happy to discuss it with you and put you in the attorneys, because I spoke to the attorneys that wrote the bill, that are involved in the bill. There are so many unintended consequences with what went on last year in the public school system. And you had your gentleman come up a little while ago. You know that the overdose death rate is up 2 or 3-fold. I don't know if you know this, and I've already said this to a few of you privately, just during your break. The suicide death rate is up also about 2 or 3-fold nationwide. What you might not know is that West Virginia is number 2 in the suicide death rate in the ages of 10 to 34 in 2020. So that includes, obviously, people that are over 18 that are not at school. But that's still a very telling statistic. And in West Virginia, you can look, not one student has died, to my knowledge yet, 0 to 18, from COVID. And I'll point you to a study, I mentioned this to you. It was just about 6 months ago published, where they followed, and if you know what Sweden did with their school systems, they never closed schools for ages 1 through 15, never. And they've got a student population just under 2 million. They only closed schools in the higher grades if there was an outbreak, and then they shut down the school for 2 weeks to basically let the infection clear itself out. They never social distanced, and they never had a mask mandate. How many students do you think died in that just under 2 million schools for that country? 0. That study was published in the New England Journal of Medicine. I have a link to it. I don't have any copies with me, but I have it too. So I urge you to not wait for an Attorney General's opinion. Because what I just heard, and if it's correct, I haven't verified it yet. But while we were having our meeting today, there was a 911 call from Hedgesville High School of a student threatening suicide. I wouldn't want to have that on my conscience. I know that kids are having a problem with this. I see it. I do know of a student in Jefferson County who did commit suicide last year. My family knows him directly. So, there have been people die from COVID. I believe it's real. I believe it can be very severe. I know also of people personally who have died or been severely injured from one of the vaccines. I just got off the phone from a girl, WVU nurse, who got within 6 minutes of getting her second shot, and she was actually at work at Ruby at the time, works in oncology. She had to be rushed to the emergency. 6 months later, she still can't get her heart rate below 100, 120. So for those people who tell you that it's 1 in a million, well, that 1 in a million is adding up really quick. Because I've heard tons of stories all over the state. And lastly, I just talked to, I know, at least 4 people locally who were fully vaccinated and got COVID. And one last statistic, and this is my last thing. I don't know if you're aware, but I can also provide this too. My wife has it. They changed back in April or May, the CDC did, the recommendation on how they count COVID cases. West Virginia adopted that recommendation. It's on the DHHR website. The only cases that are counted for fully vaccinated is if you're hospitalized. That's right off the CDC's website and also DHHR. I can provide that link. So the numbers are being skewed. Now, the only information that we have, at least from one state, we don't have it nationwide. Massachusetts, out of 5,000 and some odd cases, 74% of them were fully vaccinated, and 50 of them died. And then there's actually a study out provided by England, keeps a better data record. They're having problems too. They're vaccinated or fully vaccinated or dying at a more higher rate. And I could provide you medical doctors to speak to, one from WVU that can explain some of this more if you really want it. I will give you his personal cell phone number. privately. I will not do it publicly.
All right.
And hey, well, but I forgot.
You said that
So,
4 times, you know that, don't you?
probably.
One last time.
But everything keeps coming up. I got it in my mind. So I appreciate you not cutting me off, and you have a wonderful day and take care. I got to go to work tomorrow.
All right, thanks. Anyone else? I have a lady coming up from the back. And please, make sure that you realize that, you understand where we stand now. So, okay?
One thing that I forgot to mention, I'm Diana Wall, and I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but when my son was going through what he was going through, the doctor, believe it or not, wanted him to get the MMR, which has been studied, and there's different things back and forth, but there's a lot that shows that caused even autism. I had found out about titers. She was upset that I knew about the pool titers, but we got the titers pulled. It showed that he was not only immune, he was highly immune to all 3, meaning he did not need that vaccine. She actually called me, apologized, and said I'm writing the doctor's order. However, that order goes to Berkeley County Health Department. One person, can override that doctor. I know you mentioned about going to your doctor. I did that. One person can override in our health department and say, no, he still needs that vaccine. So I didn't know if y'all were aware of that, and I don't know how to go about changing that. But I would definitely like some information if you all find out. That's too much power for one person to have and to override a medical doctor that had been with my child from birth, for one person to make that decision. And therefore, that's why we homeschool and have for all these years. Lastly, as far as WVU goes, I have several friends and their families that went into the hospital. They weren't treated. They're not treated. And as you all probably know, they had banned hydrochloroquine, ivermectin, not to be used, even though it's been proven. And doctors out there are using it. Within 3 or 4 days, people are recovered. Our hospitals refuse to use these medications, which then increases the cases and the deaths. And it's not that they are dying of COVID, it's because their organs shut down, mainly their kidneys, with the medication that they're using, and they're actually drowning. It is not, it's renal failure. It is not from COVID, but yet they get marked as COVID. I have a personal friend whose mother last summer went in, was mowing, got short of breath, the husband, and she did her nebulizer, which the doctor had just changed. She threw her heart out of rhythm. She was in the ER 45 minutes, tested negative for COVID, but yet the ER doctor threw her on a vent and refused to take her off. And she died within 5 days. And her death certificate said COVID. So these are true stories. It's not fake news. It's not things, fake things on the internet. These are personal people happening right here in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
This is going to take me about 30 seconds.
All right.
I'm not trying to take up y'all's whole day.
My name's Tiffany Wallach. The paper that I gave you that shows the data, the lines, if you could make a copy of that and make sure everyone has that.
We will.
I just wanted to just make a quick statement about that. That was actually a study done in Florida, which we know Florida has, has not had a mask mandate for months now. But that was a study done when they had the mask mandates, and then after they lifted the mask mandates and said that they could be recommended. If you look at the lines on that paper, you can just kind of show them, but if you would make a copy, those lines, some of them actually shows that when they didn't have the requirement, that the cases were lower. But it shows specifically, when you look at those lines, there is literally hardly any difference whatsoever between having a mask on a child's face for 8 hours a day or parents choosing for their child not to have a mask on their child 8 hours a day. And it's not just schools. I mean, you guys voted, in the county as a whole, and I appreciate the fact that we got to hear from you guys on choice, even if we have things that, as long as you guys understand that it, first of all, should be a parent's choice or a personal choice, but second of all, there's really no conclusional evidence that shows that the masks are going to keep a virus out. And if it does, the virus may actually be on the outside of the mask, by the way. So just wanted to throw that out there since I had handed you that paper earlier.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Michael Palmer, for the record. So in regards to what we were talking about earlier with the schools and things like that, I've already addressed the school board, and even when the parents, from what I gathered from other parents that were there at the meeting that night, the school board did not really engage in any discussion at all. There was no back and forth. There was no suggestions. There was no nothing there. So I went to take my children to school, okay? And when they asked me, you need to put a mask on, I said, no, thank you. Well, I was told by the principal at one school that if my kid did refuse to wear a mask or did not wear a mask, that he would be suspended from school, which that's not right. Okay, because state law requires that they get an education, correct? I mean, the state has to provide an education. And then there are my youngest, who is autistic, who can't wear a mask, but he is forced, and every day I pick him up, he's in tears. He's walking across the field going, Dad, please do something. Please do something. Because he's autistic, he can't stand that on his face. And it's not the fact that, again, I'm not saying that we all should just be anti-mask or we should be anti-vax. I think it should be a right for the people to choose which way we wanted to go. However, on top of that, let me go on record as saying this. There are people in this town, guys, council members, there are people in this town such as myself. And I shared a little bit with council member Mr. Whitaker there for a brief moment while in recess. I won't go into the whole story, but there are people out there like me who can't wear a mask for a reason, because it may not be a medical reason as far as someone who has COPD or those kinds of things. I have a condition that prevents me from wearing a mask because I suffered greatly as a child through some things that I should have never gone through. Okay, so when I put a mask on anywhere, it actually triggers me and my PTSD from such. So what I'm saying to you guys is, if there is a way that we can take and get the health department out of the picture, or at least get them to come to a meeting where we can reason together. You know what I mean? Let's hear what he has to say. And then he needs to hear from what the parents have to say. You know what I mean? Instead of going to the school board and getting deadheaded off where you're sitting there going, but it'd be like me talking to you, Councilmember Dahlia. Hey, let me ask you a question. And you respond with nothing. You see what I'm saying? There has to be some kind of open discussion on this at the school board level. Otherwise, we are going to be in the same boat we've always been in, where we are coming to you guys and asking for some kind of help because they're not giving us anything other than, well, it's the Board of Health's decision. Okay. Well, let us at least reason together. Let us have some kind of discussion, an open debate. You know what I'm saying? Like, let us have at least your reasoning so we have something to go by. And instead of saying nothing, because right now, parents in this town have nothing to go by because the school board has offered zero policies, zero nothing. They've offered no reasoning behind what they're doing other than just call the health department. It's the health department's decision. It's just the health department's decision. So what I'm saying is, could you all please help the parents
of the districts that you serve. You are our voice right now because we can't get nothing from them. So I implore each of you council members to at least make an attempt to get this school board to react to what we are asking. Give us some kind of reasoning so that we can come to a debate and come to a table where we can come to an acceptable agreement and not just say, well, you either do it our way or it's no way. That is government overreach at its finest. That is telling you that you have no choice in the matter because you are stupid and insignificant. You matter nothing to no one else because you are dumb enough where you can't govern your own affairs. Okay, I am sorry, but as a parent and as a concerned citizen in this town, someone who suffers with PTSD, someone who has kids who can't wear masks, someone who has children who are watching every day cry, I am laying this at the feet of the council to implore you to do something about this because we as parents are sick and tired of feeling helpless when we go to the board and it falls on deaf ears. I have recordings of me taking one of my children into the school, and as soon as they found out I was recording, well, you ain't got a mask, so you need to leave.
All right, Mr. Bond, we hear you.
So I appreciate you allowing me to speak, but please, do not let this fall on deaf ears. You serve the citizens of Berkeley County. You all understand that. You all understand that you serve the people of Berkeley County, and we have a voice. And it's not being heard at that level. I appreciate it.
We
Thank
understand.
you.
Thanks. Anyone else?
I promise I'll make it quick.
That's what Mr. Folk said.
Amber, I promise I will. I'm not Mike Folk. This is my thing. I'm the one that said I got a message that there was a 911 call to Hedgesville High School. I don't know if it was a child or an adult for a suicide threat. As I said before, I even knew that, and I approached you all earlier in the morning. I knew nothing of that at that point in time. But I did speak to you about the fact that it's 0.3% of children in the United States that have died from COVID versus we have tripled that percentage for suicide of the ages 6 to 17. I implore you to drop the mandates, to help us to get these mandates dropped. We need to bring God back into this picture and put him first, because I feel this way. God's got me. My name is written in the book of the Lamb, and he knows the day I'm going to die, and he knows how he's going to take me out. So anything in between here and there, that's my choice, and that's between me and the God above. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Thank you all for being here today. All right. Need a motion to go into executive session for person.
If I, one point of clarification, you asked me a question earlier about the rotation of police. That's 24/7, 2 to 1.
Oh, 24/7.
I misspoke. I didn't digest what you
I didn't
asked.
know that.
The rotation
It started out
is
12 to 8.
It's all the time.
24/7.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Need a motion to go into executive session for personnel matters.
So moved.
We have a motion. We have a second. We are in executive session. No action will be taken. Huh?
Hey, Sean.
Well,
Thank you.
there may be action taken.
I've got probably.
All right. We're out of the executive session, back in session. There will not be any action taken out of the executive session today. Mr. Barnhart, if you do the honors.
Mr. President, I move to recess.
We are recessed.